So if you're wondering about this whole digital future thing, boot up my 360. It doesn't work because the disk drive has died. That's the future we're all going towards. They don't make disk drives anymore, really, so it's really hard to figure out how to address that. And like maybe I can. There's a $25 disk drive. You have to swap the logic for it. It's this whole mess. And I don't even have a Gears of War 1 disc anymore because they released Ultimate Edition, and it's a whole thing. Okay. Anyway, I'm really excited. Gears of War.
All right.
This is the most off-the-wall video I've ever recorded.
College football, the K teams.
And I saw Gears of War E-Day, and I'm remembering how much I loved Gears of War E-Day. I am so sorry. I'm really out of it today. Metro 2039 is also going to be there. Stranger Than Heaven, Alien Isolation 2, and more.
Let's see.
As Xbox commemorates 25 years of play, Gamescom 2026 is our way to celebrate the players and communities who...
I needed some inspiration for how to wear them,
BC
to help me. It wouldn't go
Amplified.
useful to brainstorm how to wear them for different occasions like work.
SummerSlam 2026 Saturday Night 1 just went off the airwaves. This, your amplified review. I, of course, your host, BC. I'm going to need you to go ahead and give that like button a super kick and drop a flying elbow onto that subscription. And not some pinky CM Punk flying elbow. No, a really good one like the Macho Man or even a Kari Sane flying elbow. But you send that subscription button for a loop. I appreciate it. This SummerSlam, Night 1, the one word that I could possibly use to describe this event in totality, anticlimactic. This event, when all was said and done, what of substance did we get? In that Morgan Io match, what of substance? All this in Gunther, 6-man tag match for the dudes, 6-man tag for the ladies. And even a championship match got booted in the main event, and that doesn't tell you everything. CM Punk and Cody Rhodes for the championship was not even the main event. They gave that to Oba, and it is so... Man, it was so sad to see the finish of the Oba and Brock matchup because it ended on a botch, and you could tell Brock Lesnar was furious, man. But instead of pulling it on, maybe they were having timing issues. They had to end the match, who knows? But the first thing Brock did when he took that fall from Grace Oba bomb is he looked immediately to the right, and you saw the look in his face. Damn. This exposed. We're gonna talk about big punches, man. CM Punk was just a botch machine. You can see, see, he was trying new things. Well, if you have zero athleticism and zero talent athletically within you, you probably shouldn't be doing most of the things Punk did in there, because then you get the result that Punk got in there. And then what? I'm cutting an honest review, and I'm supposed to praise a match that was built with set botches. We're going to talk about it. The rules are simple during an amplified review. We are going to review each match that was on this match's totality. We are not only going to review everything that happened bell to bell in these matches, but we're going to review the stories going into that, or lack thereof, the creative, the booking behind every match leading up to the match. Everything has a place in the final review. And that's what I mean when I say we will be a mixed honest review on this event that you could possibly find, because we are adding every single dynamic into the review itself. When it's all said and done, every single match will get a letter grade. And that letter grade will be filled with amplified honesty. I say we waste no more time, because there's 6 matches to go over, and we have a whole second night of SummerSlam coming up. So, BC's gonna get a swig of his coffee, and we're gonna jump right in to match. First match of SummerSlam 2026 was the women's title match. Champion Liv Morgan versus challenger Io Sky. This match is on. Pretty tired. I didn't get that at all.
Shovel pass.
Hugging. Saying, this is the future, folks. Gee, awesome. It was anticlimactic, but I may be the only one to be this really honest with you. It's amplified honesty, man. This was anticlimactic. This was the main event, and it was not that much different than the first two. They just dragged it out a little bit, put a fence around it, and tore up the canvas. That's it. You ain't gonna get this type of honesty anywhere else, not busted open, I assure you, or anywhere. BC's telling you what it's in, man. This is the most honest critique you're gonna get. It was anticlimactic, nothing happened, and the finish was plunged into a regular fall of grace. Thank goodness we have this super event. And BC's rocking it, man. I had my coffee. I did my due diligence. I watched out a couple of country pies. Everything about this, I think I like the rubber saying, you know, I would have logoed with all three. That's how you make something. And you make the third match in basically Brock's backyard and make it to a rubber and stupid that because he just lost two. There's no way. Three strikes, he's out. I am winning, especially basically at home, right? That's what Brock's mentality is. And then he loses again. What? This is evil on another stratosphere. All they did is they traded some W's and then Brock got beat on the third.
You missed.
You can easily say, oh, that's not a 7, that's not a 10.
Good girl.
That's not a 50. Never liked this anyway. The build was absolutely stupid. Whenever Brock showed up, they didn't do anything. Brock literally goes up last Monday and he's like, I'll see you Saturday. That's what they flew Brock in for. They constructed Hell in a Cell for Brock to say, I'll see you Saturday. And then we just see multiple weeks of Oakland taking out law enforcement. And that's supposed to be riveting? That's your story? We should have done so much better. When you really look at the three matches between these two, none of them are going to be memorable. And this was the main event. This lackluster build going into it, and a botched finish. What do you think I'm going to give this? I'll be generous, okay? For time in this review, I will be generous because we want to see the best for Oba. So, okay, at least we got it. It's kind of a big moment for him. Come on. Okay, we'll give him a big moment. And if you guys love to see the wrestlers hugging it out and showing mutual respect because Solo and LA Knight was not enough for you, okay, well, there's Lesnar and Oba hugging it out, sharing their feelings. But oh, easily I could give this an F. And not think twice. So anticlimactic, how stupid it all was going into it, the botch finish, all of it, man. It's a D. I'll give it a D, alright? Man, it just because I want to switch that right now to an F. So when it's all said and done and you look at this SummerSlam, you can thank Nick Aldis for a C. I believe that we also give Liv and Io, maybe we were generous there, that was the other time we were generous, and we gave that a C. Other than that, I see where a lot of D's were given out, and even an F. An F for the six-man tag debacle, and LA Knight gets his big moment. Victory in six-man tag, and it's the consolation prize we're all supposed to thank the doofus for this big W for LA Knight. No, screw off. You tell us to go. I tell you, go. I put the F back in. Years ago, you took the F out. I'm putting the F in. In that match, that got an F. And then it's one D. Aside from the two C's. Two C's and F and what, 3 Ds? So you take two C's, you take an F, and you take what, 3 Ds, something like that? And this is a D pay-per-view at best. Even if you want to take the F and the two C's and cross them off, okay, you got 3 straight D's, otherwise. This was a D SummerSlam. They have one more night to salvage the event in totality, but that card looks even worse than this one. So I don't know what night 2's going to do. Sometimes you get a sleeper, though. Sometimes you get a shocker. Maybe it does something, but this is a D. This was so average, man. This was nothing happened. What happened? Honestly, let's talk about it. Brock Lesnar ripped the canvas. That was the biggest thing in that match. He ripped the canvas. So, the Bellas turned on Page. Riveting. That's going to make one of the biggest news stories of 2026. That's his big mountaintop moment. He won on the 6-man. That's all he's going to get. Next. Team championship. I already see it because you know what happened after the match? He hugged it out with Solo Sikoa. That's right. They're hugging it out, guys. It's going to be a funny thing. You can already tell, right? It's two characters that you never would think would get along, and it's going to be some entertainment, some comedy gold. You can already see it. And then it's that thing with Solo after they hug. It's going to be like a comedy thing. And they're going to titles. You think they embrace our truth and nobody will care, and it's going to be great. You can already tell that's next, because LA Knight's not going to any heavyweight championship. He's not going for the world title anymore. Be damn lucky if LA Knight picks up a mid-card singles championship by the year 2028, when he probably retires. Just this myth and this supposed story of a 6-man team for SummerSlam that nobody cared about. 10-minute match. This could have been on a Monday Night Raw or a SmackDown. Nobody would have cared. This could have been a full show, and I wouldn't have given you a clue to watch it. But it's a match that has no placement other
What are
than
you doing
a
now?
house show. If you want to put it on TV,
I don't know. I'm not tired yet.
for anybody watching at home. Nothing happened of any significance. There's no reason to show. Of these ones than we did at WrestleMania. Is it good to see Randy? Sure. He'll have a match or two, and then he'll take another 3, 4, 8-month vacation. So no, excuse me if I'm not go-go-gagging over this match.
I did my SummerSlam review. Me and Scooter watched it last night.
I'm so glad Cody didn't win.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. I have the show kind of. I gave it a 5 out of 10. Scooter gave it a 6. I'm really not that interested in watching tomorrow night, but we'll see. Man.
Gunther's Dumbus won.
Well, yeah, I kind of expected that. Scooter went 5-1 on his picks. I went 3-3. I've been on a bit of a losing streak lately in college football. I still have a winning record. I'm not sure why he did that, where he moved. That's a touchdown for me. I'm not sure why he did that. He moved that corner away from my receiver. I saw that and immediately fired that in.
I missed the last 2 streams.
Well, I did a stream, but then I also did like a standalone video for the J teams, since there was only 2 of them. And I ended up rage quitting them anyway, the J teams. Oh, I'm in! Yeah, we're up to K. That's the 11th letter of the alphabet. There's 26 letters in the alphabet.
How's little man?
He's doing okay. He's walking around. He just came out of the other room. He probably pooed somewhere. Even though I took him out a little bit ago. Oh, I recovered that fumble. I didn't even realize I recovered that fumble. I'm in.
How many K teams?
I think there's 5. Fuck. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit triangle there. I hit square. And there was no square. Triangle was standing in the back of the end zone.
The end credits for Spider-Man brand new showed him going to space and being transported to Battle World.
Yeah, I hated that teaser. Like, I'm sorry. I'm never sitting through the end credits of anything ever again. Because I waited all that time for that little scene. Yeah, I'm never doing that again. From now on, any end credits like that, I'll just look it up after, if I hear about it after the movie. But I don't want to sit through credits and do that ever again. Sonic 3 had a good end credit scene. Oh wow, I just dropped an interception.
What that was disappointed.
Dude, it's not that it's like a bad thing. It's just a lot of time to sit there and wait for something so small. You know? I think the only time I've really enjoyed the end credits where they showed something after was in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. And anytime recently.
Obviously, Persona 5, Super Time, just so much stuff. God of War, PlayStation 5 generation, Sony is just You've got almost exclusives. Their live service slot has been downright pathetic, but it's also pathetic, right? It's that the 12, the 5, the 12 position. Remember this. You just
He's going to probably try to set up for a long field goal.
They have just released a statement doubling down, saying that the all digital future is being forced upon us.
No, he's going to assist field goal.
They have had to. PlayStation has made me very much just stop caring about the platform. I mean, instantly. I don't care about trophy hunting anymore. I don't care about collecting stuff physically anymore. It does feel like this is an era where the PlayStation just wants.
Oh, wow, he missed that horribly. Yeah, so Dreamcast guy says he's done with PlayStation. He doesn't care about trophy hunting anymore, collecting anymore. He's mad. Wildcat.
Someone said the Spider-Man movie was mid.
Mid's a little too harsh. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Damn it, that went backwards, if anything.
Started gaming on PlayStation 4 era, which a lot of people did. I'm not even bagging on like, oh, you new school gamers. The people that even grew up with PlayStation 4, which again was a big, crazy, jam-packed decade, which a bunch of people did. This is such which part of this?
There we go.
I think that's part of the reason they just absolutely blew Xbox out of the water. I mean, the Xbox One might as well launch with like Cubro back times one. Everybody was lining up to play the latest.
What am I looking for here?
The latest PlayStation DLC, the latest crazy experiences. You had to be there. Even if something was allowed to be third-party content, even like third-party developers were making PlayStation exclusives without even still in contract because
I'm doing some weird ass formations. They're working, bro. I don't know.
Investing in live service love, and then also just see this whole digital PlayStation.
Damn it.
Eyes one at this point has never been so easy to walk away from the platform. You know, this is the part that
I've snapped the ball most of the time in Wildcat.
PlayStation. Very, very stern. I still remember the first time I saw the PS1. I never had it. It's house. It's Janelle. It's Amy. It's burned up. You know, title for all possible. Eventually, Crash Bandicoot, and he played like it. I never saw this. Let's do it. CRTV games. Sometimes I get it. Still was crazy. Just sounds so good. Just jump into the future. This is what 3D gaming is going to be.
Good defense. I mean, that's fully on an island. That's 1-on-1. I hit my triangle at the exact right time in order to knock that down. 4th and 7. If I'm him, I'd go for it. You're down 13. Looks like he's lining up for the punt, though. It's a fake! It's a fake! He got me!
PlayStation 4 and that late PlayStation 3 era. They were so misleading. They just made us basic stories. Last of Us. I still think about that first like of Uncharted. Just absolutely, I'll admit it, at the very end, as you was that NES, I still remember Uncharted 4 and it was like this just absolute torture. PlayStation, which I think was and that just now makes me shut down such a late. And honestly, something about it is that their studios just no longer feel like they care about the games. That I'm excited about one thing, I guess, I see these financial reports. It just doesn't like you get that same sense of that sense of like fear and bitching out. And they're going to put something out that maybe will sell 5 million copies for 51 times. They're going to put something out that will star most type of games for this generation.
Stuffed him on 3rd down.
You know, there's actually a bunch of really online back on at the time. It was actually this one of the games played midnight. There was something interesting about
Damn it. Another 4th down. He converts to keep the drive alive. Huh. That throw was sad. I was surprised he ran it on 3rd and 8, but he got the 1st down. End of the 3rd quarter.
Still like little piggies who just bring it back up. It's PlayStation, right? Not a sense great experiences. It's just a bunch of games in the charts. I'll be honest, it's weird about that, right? Right now, I would take I have 1,100 PlayStation 4 total digital engine. If I would take my entire PlayStation account and somehow spend 7 years Steam these games on Steam, transfer my trophies turned into Steam achievements. I think I'd do it. And it's not just about the customization, graphics, obviously, but there's much great stuff else. It's that no longer like
3rd and 13.
This is 13 years of that PlayStation. This controller happens to be just crazy now. It just feels like charts.
Oh, that should have been intercepted. Can he convert another 4th down? Well, he's going to back it up even more. This will be 4th and 18 for him now. Yes, we'll take over.
Let's go.
Call the timeout.
Ever since then, it just has PlayStation given up on it. PlayStation has said, keep buying it, keep locking it, they're going to keep just engaging with the platform just because it's a platform instead of a place to play. Whereas it's still like this. Yeah, it's a game that games on PlayStation 5, but, you know, I just...
The new Xbox might have a disk drive.
They'd be smart if they do it. Damn, I almost could have had a touchdown. I just broke that last tackle. They'd be smart to do it. I don't think they will, but they would be smart as hell if they did it.
If I'm being honest, I feel the same as if I was released on PC.
He quit. He quit.
No longer that
We're
simple.
1-0 today.
Here is a PlayStation game.
Who's that?
So, I had a few thoughts on them.
Let's get a championship.
When I first started
Let's do it, man.
going
Kansas State, you're up.
bodybuilding, and what physical trait are you comparing a man and a woman? Like the same age,
Generally.
biologically, I think
Are
yes,
you
the men
gonna
are
get Beast of
biologically stronger,
Reincarnation?
but a woman
No.
work her way up to be
No, I don't
strong.
plan to. I'm behind because of that hack. I'm getting Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm playing against Oklahoma State again. It might be the same guy.
Like a woman who excel in bodybuilding competition versus like a man who's in his prime. Who doesn't work it out. She could probably surpass him.
If I were so I would like the bodybuilding is strong 50% better. I'm chicken strong better.
A man that doesn't work out.
Yeah, that yeah. I don't think so. Stats on that.
I hope it's the same guy. That'd be funny.
Fight with the guy, even if they're the same weight. I don't think
It's the same guy. I rewinded the stream.
Oh, you did.
generally speaking,
Thank you for letting me know, Eli. That's funny.
I think would still be her fight. Now she could overpower some men, she could beat up some men. But it's that's
Yeah, if it's the same guy, I'm feeling pretty good.
that's subjective. But you do, I think, here, you would say that Edward generally speaking, it's like how it's the strongest man is stronger than the strongest man. Would you agree with that? Is instead, let's say, so, well, I guess we're that it's B-Dog, equal rights to that, and the same like that.
But no men get paid for it. That's fine.
Fuck! Fumble! Oh, he fell back on it.
Well, it's not equal because, I mean, you could beat me up and I would take the more The question was if the equal and if they're not equal, we can't get enough fighting.
Dude, he was celebrating, and then he fumbled, but he was able to jump back on it. Now he's going for an onside kick. He touched it early. He's doing. If it is the same guy, he's definitely acting different. He's definitely acting different than the first time we played.
Justice system is likely to be arrested, even if it's being argued. And like the instance of politics, if this is jurisdiction to have, if there's a domestic dispute, they got to arrest one party, and so I mean, yes, but I guess ways in which like have a right that women don't.
Now we gotta go help people customize the same genres for every game.
Do you like roguelikes?
Not really. I mean, not in particularly, no. I mean, I'll play them. They're just this sort of mid-genre to me. I've never met a roguelike that I fell in love with, or that was like my game of the year.
In playing a Pokemon one,
Oh, Pokemon one?
hey, you on PS5 or Xbox?
This is PS5. Oh, what a move!
To sacrifice their happiness to make, if it means making more money for us women, and this isn't a criticism of women, I think in this way when they're smart, women want to have a bit more balance. They want like a better lifestyle balance. So it's like you can find women on one option.
This is the guy who played you in a game and was gonna sub, I think.
Maybe. I waited to the very last second on that pitch.
I didn't necessarily mean it as like huge gap. I just thought like as it's not necessarily a wage gap. Whether I'm less likely to back themselves for a higher wage. It's just it's this their culture because of things like attorney or things like they have children, so they sure
it takes that
my mom sure. So I don't like that stuff like that, whereas men are less likely to
If that is true, Eli, then that is awesome and that is epic. That, you know, after playing and then subbing, that they stayed subbed and that they're being so chill. Like, that's actually a cool story. I forget the usernames of some people sometimes and where I knew them from.
championship that might protect for you. Blossom says, who's gone? Mention pound for states, mention provide. Giselle, mention pound for states, mention provide. Courtney, mention pound for states, mention provide, protect, mention be sure.
I think I'm getting new PS5 in few week if I'm getting this game wanna play with me.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be cool.
I don't like what I have to say about this video.
That'd be fun.
So, Ian, this video is titled Cancel All Men. Honestly, I'm so over it. And it got 415,000 likes. Not views, likes. This one talks about getting
Do you have
screamed at
Madden?
by a man at the gym.
I'm not doing Madden this year. I alternate. So like 1 year I'll do college, 1 year I'll do
They
Madden.
don't care if you sneak in snacks.
Let's get started.
They don't care if you sneak in snacks, so they don't know you snuck in snacks.
Tripoli.
Did we stop him? No, he got it.
Every single day, I'm there every single day. I know all the employees, they know me. Like, I've never had any bad interactions with any of these people in this gym. Like, I listen to myself, I keep my headphones on, unless I'm, like, spoken to. And, like, obviously, I have to do that.
Do you watch SummerSlam?
Yeah, I just put out my review
I only went today 'cause
a
I
few
put
hours
snacks
ago.
in my pocket and it made pocket bigger.
I don't know, Eli. If I was a theater worker, I'm not like looking super hard looking to see if you got snacks in your pocket. If I was a theater worker, I really wouldn't give a crap. Try bringing them in without it in your pocket, just holding it. Make it obvious as hell. That's how you'll know if it's real or if it's true or not.
My friend said we should be a thug about it and just carry them in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do it that way. Oh, I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. Where women are like, you shouldn't stare at me, you shouldn't look at me. When they wear like the skimpiest outfits to the gym.
I think I'm getting MVP bundle with this game and Madden.
That's a good deal. Said I always alternate it. I just do one or the other. Usually alternate it. Odd years, college, or even years college, odd years in Madden. Oh! Picked it off! But dude, women will wear these like skimpiest ass shorts to the gym, and then they get mad when a good dude's looking.
Bundle 150 for both games.
I don't know how much it is exactly. I just thought it was both games and some extra goodies.
Gym thing is something we need to discuss because I'm honestly, I'm tired of seeing stuff like this. We start by saying, because I have to honestly disarm people that are going to flood my comments with siding with her and oh, she's such a big young and better from Jeremy. I get it. It's not going to straight at somebody. If she's openly peddling the truth, I get it. You don't overreact. I think it's safe to say that. But the gym is a
Yay, it's 150 total for both games. It's 150 for both of games.
Yeah, that would. Each game is 70 on its own, so I'm not sure what. I'm sure you get like ultimate team bonuses and stuff like that in there.
I've always been gym, made some great friendships in there. Seeing women in and out of gyms since I was a teenager, and I promise you, less than 1% of them are there focused on the fitness.
Crap, I thought I could make that. I got a punt.
Men's faces to try to weaponize their sexuality and be all of that. Whether they want to admit that or not, it's what they do. And I've said this many times in videos. In my own experience, I'm going to talk about something that a lot of people.
Oh, what the hell?
Let's say a young chick like this comes into the gym. A lot of times they're wearing a baggy hoodie and like some baggy sweatpants, right? We've all seen that. Pay attention next time you see one of these girls come into your gym. Now, the gym that I go to, one of them, is a relatively busy commercial gym. Lots of people in and out. It has busier times. If a young woman like this comes in, 99% of the time, she comes in and she sees cute boys around that baggy sweater and the baggy sweatpants.
Madden 3-day ELW access and other things.
But if that same girl comes in the gym any other days of the week and it's empty, there's nobody there, then she
Yeah, it makes sense. Early access.
just keeps the baggy sweatpants and baggy hoodie. Pay attention to yourself. That happens.
This guy's bringing up a good point. When women go to the gym, if they think a hot guy's around, they'll take off the baggy sweats and baggy hoodie, and they'll be in booty shorts. And if there's a bunch of like regular dudes around they're not interested in, they keep on the baggy sweatpants.
And if there's no boys like that around, they will literally leave the baggy sweatpants and baggy hoodie on 100% of the time. That's my experience. I've seen that for a while. I paid attention to it. I thought it was kind of...
They want women to look at them. They just want to make sure it's... No, they want men to look at them. They just want to make sure it's the men they want to look at them.
I would always look out at the gym and pay attention to this just to kill time. And 10 out of 10, that was what happened. So, for starters, every single woman that goes to the gym and it invades spaces like this, they are and I know that's what they're there. 99%
Crap.
of the time.
Madison
She
from
flipped
Heavy
out
Rain
without
is
the guy
hot.
looking at her. They want to look at her.
I forgot what she looks like.
At the time why they're at the gym. And if that's not why they're at the gym, they're doing it so that they can be on some other space that they go to where men are around. The narcissism, the self-abuse, it's just out of control. The gym is one of the places you see it. It's weird. It's weird. And I'm at a point now where I honestly think men and women should just work out at different gyms. I wish I could pay for live sports for just one day.
He makes a good point. You know, they have men and women's locker rooms. Maybe they should just divide up men and women's gyms.
Would you rather date Samus or Lara Croft?
Samus Aran or who? Well, actually, it doesn't really matter who the second person is. I'd pick Samus anyway.
Lara Croft.
Samus. Really? I did not get the first down.
We've been begging to address the elephant in the room. And surely this is something that will move the minds of fans. Like, it was all the time. They still didn't come up with a great response because they just turned this entire situation.
Snap the ball, dummy.
And, I mean, if any of you ever thought this so many years about you, and your Phillies are...
I caught it! I caught it. Now we can take end zone shots, and if we don't get in, we'll call a TO. It's going to be difficult because taking end zone shots could mean throwing a pick. Oh, come on! Let's see the replay.
AC1 would have to be remade from the ground up because the odd game made you do the same missions over and over again.
Yeah, I agree. I think AC1 being completely remade would be an interesting idea.
eBay listings and Warrior 3 All-Stars is currently $1 million. I still don't understand Nintendo's reluctance to make more money. That compilation wasn't a money-making machine, but hey, Switch Online to the rescue if you want a more price. Now, speaking of Nintendo and money, well, they must be pretty happy about the launch for Splatoon creators.
He's got one play left in him.
Sold, which is especially interesting in a world where Sony is trying to convince everybody that physical games don't matter. Hey, that's part of different topic. Where the hell knows? Splatoon Raiders is truly fighting in the charts, and I still feel like this does surprise certain people. I mean, when you think about it, they're the biggest franchise. Most people say,
oh, he dropped it. Okay, good.
That's true. But Splatoon is
down 14-7 at half.
Bigger franchise, especially in Japan, these games have a massive fan base, and even back when the Wii U did fairly well. So just thinking,
I want to be done with Halo for sure, which we plan on doing that tomorrow. If we can't do it tomorrow, we'll play Halo Monday if you're not able to do it tomorrow. But okay, Halo out of the way, and I don't know. I'm thinking I'll probably wait till Payday. Really, Payday for me is again would be. Let's see. Trying to think when Payday is.
You can see here posted by Pam said Rockstar made 2 backing updates today for GTA 6.
So let's see. Monday would be the 3rd. Tuesday is the 4th. I might get it August 11th. It's 4 weeks before Halloween comes out. I don't hear any news about Forza coming out. Damn it, come on, dude. Yeah, I don't hear any news about Forza coming to PS5, so I'm not really concerned about that.
If this information is true, then it could be an indication that they are prepping some kind of sewage trailer. This was his name. Closing in. And wants to be released, so it would be nice to see some of that initial game. And that is why we play games after all. Just watch them.
We're getting Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer on August 15th at D23.
Specific. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6 or just kind of think me personally?
Yeah, had I not had to deal with the hacking situation, we would have probably already been playing Assassin's Creed 4. No, not probably. We would have been.
love it. And they enjoyed them,
Um,
but I can't say that they're my favorite games.
Halo probably would have.
I love them.
We probably would, you know, we'd be doing Halo also and Assassin's Creed 4.
If they show some mind-blowing-
Wow, he dropped it. That's great. But yeah, I mean, there was some thought, well, what about getting Xenoblade 2? Obviously, that's out the window. Beast and Reincarnation, there was some thought about that. That's out the window. I just want to pick up AC4, and I'm probably good until Halloween in September, and then all the other games that come out in September, October, GTA in November. If I was getting Madden this year, it would have been where I'm getting AC4 is where I would have got Madden, but we did college football, obviously.
Sharp has been saying lots of stuff, but some of the stuff kind of doesn't make sense when you look beyond just what she's actually saying. Public speaker, like Phil Spencer, but she's actually done some stuff up until this point. So I can't understand what's going on with Xbox, because according to this information that we've been getting from outsiders, according to what Charlton is saying, it looks like Xbox may be changing courses again. And it really leads me to believe that this company is definitely flying by the seat of their pants. Some of these decisions that they're making are extremely on the whim, which is something you've been thinking for quite a while now. So, first time on the channel, hit that subscribe button, like the video, all that YouTube crap.
Alright, we got it to 4th and inches.
Spray tan. Brett let me know that people are talking about spray tans in the comment section. No spray tan. I go outside. This video is done. I'm going to the pool to tan. Things on my legs, whether there would be tan lines on my legs if I was spray tanning. You get banned. Banned.
Damn it.
It's interruption. But let's talk about what's going on with Xbox. So first I want to talk about a Windows Central report. And Jesus Christ Almighty, if you complain about YouTube ads, you complain about, things popping up and, oh, look, we're just spotted, blah, blah, blah. I went to a website recently because Windows Central to look at this article that was written. A lot of people were talking about it. And Jesus Christ Almighty, I was bombarded with, you can't even read the article. Like, no, in a world where websites still exist, I don't want to hear any complaints about YouTube, but Windows Central put out a report presented by Jez Gordon, and it's more of an opinion piece, but when you look at it, people are looking at it with a bit of a skeptical eye lens, because Jez, for better or worse, does have connections at Xbox now. Whether those connections
Come on, what are you doing?
employees or marketing people, whatever the case may be, no one really knows. You can draw your own conclusions, but no. Jez put out a very interesting article that some people, maybe myself included, think that this could be happening because Xbox is trying to manipulate the reaction is to
My friend
this
told me
announcement.
that
If they
someone
sign
posted
Cooper
the
with
entire
Xbox,
Spider-Man movie
Felix
on
is
Twitter.
on the horizon. And the
It's not going to matter. That Spider-Man movie is going to be one of the greatest selling movies of all time.
it brings the PC under your telephone. It's going to be PC game voters trying to buy games on Steam, ROG, and so on. Which is an interesting idea. Obviously, what Xbox has been doing hasn't exactly been lighting the fire. So some people met it with optimism, some people met it with a bit of desperation.
Oh, we stopped him. We stopped him. We take over on downs. Finally.
Well, according to this article, Linux doesn't make Steam anymore. Does it make sense with the current regime that's going on there? Nobody this article, it's basically saying,
You hear that?
you know,
They're saying that Xbox Helix may not have Steam built in. Maybe Windows only.
Makes sense. Now, yes, this is just an opinion piece article. But it's
Oh!
so they say
Get your ass whooped!
maybe this is a decision done by Xbox, because we know that Xbox has a parasocial relationship with journalists, with, you know, influencers and all that bullshit.
Get Moss!
It's a conscious decision by Xbox. to sort of
My
lessen
dad
the
thinks
blow
everyone
should
will
they
be using
decide
Linux
to
soon.
not integrate Steam into the Project Helix.
That'd be weird.
That leads me to believe the whole theory of other things. If you're still deciding core features for the Project Helix, is this thing coming out anytime soon? Like, does that make any
Damn
sense
it.
to anyone? If you're still like, you know, maybe we'll have Steam.
That's fine, we'll just take the point.
Back to a console-focused ecosystem. We're going to talk about it just a second because Asha said some crazy shit with that. But are we going to go back to this? Like, this sounds more like the planning phase of whatever the hardware is. Are you potentially scrapping the hardware and starting over? And if so, what does that mean for the future and when this is going to come out? It could just be coincidental. It could just be an article written by Jez that just happens to be talking about why Project Helix isn't needed because he is an Xbox fan. He's a Microsoft fan. But there might be something more to it. It does seem
If it has
very
Windows, you should be
suspicious.
able to
So,
download
that's one
Steam.
thing.
No, it doesn't want you to. It doesn't want you to be able to have Steam on it. That's what one of the rumors that's going around. Like maybe it's more of a closed off box than we think it's going to be.
Strengthen our platform led by console, content, great games into global franchises, creation, and Minecraft.
I don't know. We'll see.
Connection, extend the worlds that fans love. So, want to see what corporate synergy going on in there? Let's stop that. Make for good, you know, sound bites and stuff like that. Some people are starting to think that maybe Ash is all about sound bites because, you know, we seem to get quite a few from her. But, you know, she has done some stuff with the brand that has been positive for a lot of people. So, you know, I'm gonna
All right, 3rd and 10.
now,
Good defense.
Make Minecraft the world creative platform. I feel like that's down.
Right here.
It's time to answer an absolutely loaded question. What is the future of the Halo franchise?
Got him. Got him. Totally tricked him there. Fourth down. He's going to go for it.
Last 5 years, that's added to 2 games. 1, a mainline entry in Halo Infinite that was obviously not ready for much of this multiplayer support. It's taking to go live. Also, the fact that the story was unfinished and that they completed that in a book. It says a lot. Then there's Halo Campaign Evolved. For 5 years and nothing really happened to the Halo franchise. It's bad.
Incomplete. We take over.
Are you gonna get KH4?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh.
But for the fans, I never really felt like this project made sense outside of maybe at one point Xbox's Project Latitude. Now, that's seemingly going to the wayside as Xbox is returning to exclusivity.
I don't think I have to snap it.
Is this, unless Halo Campaign Evolved was
Yeah, I think I can hit the 2-minute warning.
Here at Halo Studios, looking here, the question was who's keeping the stage. It's been 5 years since the last game I made for all you got just what the process I feel the release from Griggs, where you get something like a Resident Evil 5 game, and just a few months later, you get the announcement of a brand new remake in Veronica. You already know that Resident Evil Veronica is going to take away a mainline series of Resident Evil back to the Resident Evil 5 to the city. This is has plays that dramatically game. Right? And we've seen the same thing involved in those midfields. And what's scary enough is that everything added to him being involved. Some of those recommendations are easily, I believe, just, you know, details like having
This is a huge third down.
just really bad directorial decisions. Mark Rock music appearing. He shows up on screen. Awkward standoffs and dialogue pacing where everyone's putting buttons of one another. Who's actually shooting keys. Uninteresting characters. First time when we going in on the OESD check, and I can't believe that I sort of saw everyone else behind it. Was like, no boy. Yeah, this is not what we received well. And on top of that, last but certainly not least, uninteresting combat and mission design that normally in Halo campaigns will less than
He was able to knock me out of bounds. I was trying to go down after the first down. He was able to knock me out of bounds. That actually saved the game for him. That actually saved the game for him. Jesus Christ.
So there's a lot to take in when it comes to it. Let's how this look. What's going on with this franchise? You can expect. Halo Studios have been great. Absolutely, and these were kind of involved. He was pretty spot on with the Central Gaming coverage programs, gaming earlier reports, and everything there was reported about getting involved like level changes.
Got the touchdown.
Campaign remix feature. Schools allowing you to play in person to appear alongside company units and games for a campaign. Thanks to the campaign remix feature.
I know there's some thought about, hey, just go down to 2 more times. The problem with that is I could go down 2 more times, kick the field goal, there's only 30-second play clocks. He's going to have time. All it would take is 2 quick throws or 1 big throw, and boom, he's in field goal range to tie, and I've had games tie that way before. So if he didn't knock me out of bounds when I got my first down when I was trying to go down, then yes, I couldn't just milk the clock all the way and then kick the field goal. But I could not have done that in that situation. You could argue what's better, being up 3 with 30 seconds left or go up 7 with 1:30 left. There's a real argument there.
Looks over the development history of this game. My God. Okay, WCC Edgar. Here. Edgar originated after the earlier cancellation of the Battle Royale game named Project Conquer. And if you've watched my channel, we covered Project Conquer for a while because that was apparently a certain affinity-driven project. Right now, continue saying following the cancellation.
Did you hear about the hackers in Black Ops 2?
Yeah, Scooter told me about it, that they caught him. He ran it on 3rd and 10. That is an odd decision. Now it's 4th down. This is the game for him.
Not that they weren't, but like they're outsourcing that to God. Both goals reportedly achieved by June 2023. Halo Infinite Slip Space Engine assets.
We got it. It's over. We're just going to take a knee.
Source believes that by September 2023, that was the internal deadline for a full prototype and a green light.
He quit. We're 2-0 tonight with the K teams. Kansas State won.
Large concept in which players and their squad of AI teammates explore map.
What if the Browns get Arch Manning?
If the Browns get whoever gets the #1 pick, almost no matter who it is, should draft a quarterback. I just think that's more likely to be the Jets or the Dolphins than the Browns. All right, so we're 4-4 this season. Overall, we're 26-22 this year. We still need to win some games so we can get to the playoffs.
2026 in Wi-Fi.
We got Kennesaw State, Kent State, and Kentucky left in the K's.
It's a game-changing 4-in-1 arousal boosting combo. It has 2 proven activities for blood flow.
This is Kennesaw State.
You're getting a powerful, complete solution.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this long episode 473 or if you from Vegas. So you see him popping up right now. I'm sure he'll make himself known. But we got some people here. He's working through it. Hey, doing over there, sir.
How do we do? They were playing good. They're going to some of the time. Good. Like, still playing Assassin's Creed. Like,
Going up against UTSA.
It's very easy to get started in this game. Like, yeah, very, very easy. Anytime I find a new city, oh shit, I gotta go to that. And then I see like a viewpoint to synchronize, so I gotta go that. Go grab that. And I see a chest. It's like, alright. Now I'm just gonna look for the reality. Which I did. Yeah. The standard peak Ubisoft slot. It's like my mind is that's yeah, it really is. That's so funny, John. Like when I look at this game up, I look at the whole map. What is it? That's it. Because in my mind it was bigger. Well, as oh no, games have gotten way bigger than they were bigger. So it's kind of nice having this. This is more of a management. Like you can check this game.
He's offside. You could decline that penalty. He's 2nd and 1.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and they open the map. It's not bad. And they're like, I don't know, this is like the thing area, but it opens this map. So it moves. I don't know. I think the really easy ones. I like it's not like the setting, obviously. I didn't mind RPG elements as much as the other Assassin's Creed games. But dude, the game goes forever. It just keeps going. So they follow with you. Yeah, that game they had for RPG. I think that's just being a quite like I finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla 3 hours a week. Like just love it. Yeah. I think these things like so I think that's good. I guess I guess. Yeah. Do you think they're going to do more recent style medals? Maybe more remake Odyssey. I agree. The only concern with that, for me though, is like one, I actually don't like the first Assassin's Creed. I know it's kind of a hot take, but it's very subject to me. And two, it's like it's very heavily tied to the modern pace.
Oh, that was I'm lucky he dropped that. That was a horrible fucking idea.
It's like in the original Ace.
That was like a horrible, horrible throw.
That's like the thing.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
The modern day story. So I can't remember whether Assassin's Creed 1 the original like that is when they started part of that game. But I kinda do hope they keep it really. Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm planning for racing.
Damn, it was an opportunity. We're gonna.
You're right. It's like I hope so. Maybe like this now. Yeah, the budget you can tell it's not like other Assassins like the different ones. Obviously, there's most of them this, but that's the thing. People do value kind of the gameplay fun, aspect to it, or anything else that it shows. So, I see the old style of gameplay more of Assassin's Creed.
The sky kick's horrible. Don't do sky kick.
Yeah, so it's like Assassin's Creed Odyssey specifically. I assassinated someone and then they set up.
You better off if I'd fucking power that in the back of the end zone for a touchback.
It's like immediately where it's different. That was the big thing in Shadows. I was hoping they'd get rid of it, but it's same with plus like the mini boss, kind of like the more elite characters. It is like that where you just look down and you see how much health they're taking away from them. It's like, okay, let's stab this person. And I probably jump out of the street and it's like, okay, you took 60% of my health. I'm gonna throw you off. It's like that.
Oh my god, come on! Wow!
to like go to the original. And I miss this starting theme. It's like I thought some of the animation stuff was sort of really cool. The theme they made and some stabbing them with it. It's like, oh, I miss this stuff. We'll see. Ubisoft is really good at updating games post launch, so they could probably add it like combat and stuff.
It's not cheap. It's like they took the place of it. It costs $12,000. That's awful. 7 years old.
I didn't have enough time. I was waiting on that guy to cut. Let's go!
So, I didn't take these super skinny. I've always been a big guy, but because I noticed how much I felt when I was bigger, I just didn't feel it. And my friend told me, so my students is now offering the logo and a portable GL1 MPA. Wait, you can get started for just $39 a month.
I went to the well once too many times there.
Are you ready to see progress? Take the online consultation to get started. Probably have to on that. Yeah, so we'll see. So, what's the work over there, RJ? Good?
Yeah, just applying some two graders, still finishing that up. I'm almost done with the main campaign. I've been playing on Survivalist and
Alright, this running back's gonna be a problem.
Church Telmero.
Yes.
So I've been enjoying that, like all the different combinations and like upgrades. It's fun. And then those games. And I've been checking out this first edition update. And yeah, it's no longer as stressful, so that's good.
Wow! Oh my! Oh gosh! Dude! This running back's ridiculous. It's like if Tyreek Hill played running back.
It's much better. I saw it like it's kind of a beta and like that same way. Actually quite a bit better.
What is X's stand for?
University of Texas San Antonio.
So I grabbed my other account and started with that. So I got another save.
Yeah, I have
Don't ask me where Kennesaw State is from. You better look that one up. I have no fucking clue.
Just testing everywhere, like you see, but yeah, it looks so much better. And the art direction of this game is incredible.
It's the Owls versus the Roadrunners. These two running backs are putting on a show. Not the quarterbacks, the running backs. Oh, Georgia, huh? Touchdown! This is a running back showdown.
And Ghostbusters playthrough. Yeah, let's play that game. That's one of the games that I think that should do. That year, but I can play once a year. That's like exciting. It's just it's fun.
That's good. That's a good Ghostbusters game. What we're talking about, like 360 is yeah.
Got it. We're tied.
I wish that there was like, and there is.
I want to look at that replay. It looked. I swear when I threw it, I'm like, shit, this is getting picked off.
Because yes, same game, but like they did like the animated it's more like.
But it worked out.
Ghostbusters.
I didn't care it was 2-point conversion, so try to squeeze it in there.
If you could play a sport, which would you play?
I've always liked football. I would have done of high school and hopefully college, if not for my knee injury. Oh my God, dude! Dude, the running back showdown continues. This is insane. This is insane.
Let's check some chats here. Go into first time. Here we go. Mail number says 3 Halo next to 14 PS5 copies at GameStop.
I have 7 carries for 159. God knows what he's got. His running back.
Says Jeff. Every time I said, we're going to go with the Odyssey last week. I've seen it 3 times. Wow, standard, climax, and 70mm. Seeing it, 70mm elevator, IMAX, Astros. IMAX actually looks like a fake, maybe format. But I feel like every theater chain has like their own thing. A fake IMAX, but like yeah, man. With the new part. I like playing that is, bro. It's so perfect, right? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Jeffrey Hunter said,
Snap it, snap it, snap it, snap it now, 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 now.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save children's
Slow starts.
What an insane first quarter. 5 running back touchdowns, both running backs easily over 100 yards.
Yesterday, he now does One Piece cards as well, because he's addicted to, like, look, when I go through my little TISM collecting phases, I can admit, no, but like, then there's like side quests, like the comic book right now, that's my side quest. Oh, you're into the way, which hold on, this I don't know how it works. If you sign up on Whatnot, /invite/SIRNIT something.
Alright.
Like anything in specific for you, or you just enter the group? No, I'm in it, or I don't even really know about this review. I was in the comic book store with my friend Michael Malazzo, and he had rich parents. It's fucking full power. No, this shit, because like, bro, like, that kid, I would go, his house was on a lake, and he had this massive house, and like, one of the first times I was really sick, Jim says, and I was like, yes, I do. And he was like, I bet you read this. They busted out virtual racing. He was like, this is $100 game. I was like, wow, I'll never get that. And we played that in Bill Walsh was control. And then my mom picked me up, and I had to go back to our shitty 2-bedroom. Why do my friends have money and we don't? Anyways, we would go to the comic book store. It's like, hey, and so, like, what I'm primarily collecting is, like, 90s comics, like, like The Death of Superman, like, X-Men 91, issue 1. Series, and then one that they did, like, specifically for the movie.
Is Grin still on Nerds?
Shit, I don't know. I have no freaking idea about any of that, dude. I couldn't tell you.
And really, I put little of my own money into
to this because I mean, mostly just shit like Whatnot. So if you sign up on Whatnot, you get free money to spend. And when
But-
you spend that free money, then you can get anywhere from $10 to $200. Then they give me money, and then I buy for rated comics and credits. Yes, exactly. But yeah, you know, just shit like that. Like right now, I have 8 rated comics because I have rows of 3 in the basement, and there's one.
Oh! I didn't expect him to come back there.
16, 17, maybe it's
It became local fucking nature.
Or the first Simpsons.
What is that?
Because they're the same price. But yeah, I just think it's neat, and they're cool. Yeah, maybe they're cool. It's just cool to have. It's
Illustrious says I want a new Hydro Thunder game.
There you go.
Hydro Thunder movie. I feel like that's being pretty basic for like a by the books action movie, right?
Waste some clock, so he has less time.
I guess he think about it. Or I think Speed Rage was stuff.
Yeah, that movie's making a comeback. Was it a race? I don't know. That's going to do that's 4K. Speed Racer in other color. Speed. What's that? No wait. That's the latest. That's what. Yeah, that's what they were. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. Why that case. Yeah, it's interesting. I just saw a lot of people talking about that movie the last couple months. I guess I think in theaters or something. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm sure that in theaters, people were like, "This is amazing. Why did you hate it?" It came on the movie and said, "Let's just push that masterpiece." You know, another movie went down recently was the Masters of the Universe movie. My brother's been telling me to watch that movie. It's really good. It's because it was on Amazon when it was first in the theater instead, you know, upwards of, like, no,
It's called Time Out.
And then here it is. And it's just like, it's such a tongue-in-cheek movie. And I'm not for a movie. But it's like, I think it was like skeleton. I think it's all bits.
Fuck, just out of range. Taking the points.
Yeah, I was never. It was like Arby's. It was related to. Actually, this information is like TMNT and City.
Well, it's not gonna matter if I can't figure out how to stop his running back. The end of what? I missed it, sorry.
That's like G.I. Joe range, right? G.I. Joe kind of was off, I feel.
You could like G.I. Joe, you know, in the late 80s, like it early 80s. Like He-Man and Transformers, but really very distinctive. Very lost thing.
End of Oak Street.
Let's talk about
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. The movie looks good. Also, Insidious looks good also in August, too. Come on, dude. This guy's crazy. I need to do something.
Systems. The prices have only gotten more expensive over generations. It was kind of expected they would be dropping in terms of number of units sold. This is, line of next to the PS4.
There we go. I think I got an idea how to slow this down. Actually spread it out. With more corners. It's faster on the field and they stay more on the outside. Although he can cut like that. He's out of timeouts.
How many fucking Insidious movies are there?
Oh shit. I have no idea. I know there's Insidious. There's probably 6 or 7 of them. He has no timeouts. He's gonna run out of time. If he doesn't hurry, he's gonna run out of time. He had no timeouts.
basically like
He missed. He missed. He was rushed and he missed.
Spider-Man, crazy. And that was something I'm missing. But
But he's gonna get the ball because I have to kick it off to him.
them, and PS5 is probably going to get more expensive still. They did comment on memory though. They said that they have allocated, or at least been able to procure enough RAM to meet their forecasts that they've set out for this fiscal year, and that profitability should be an issue compared to last year, as they've been able to get for RAM memory. I will say people are going to read that, and it's whether they don't need to raise the price. And I just think they're saying, hey, we're going to lower forecast because we just can't get RAM. And RAM is they said profitability, not affordability. So they have RAM to make, let's say they're thinking, hey, we're going to try to sell cheaply PS5s this fiscal year. They're going to write it because GTA 6 is coming out. We have the RAM that those PS5s doesn't mean they got the RAM at the same price as they did last year.
We gotta do something to stop this shit.
They run out of RAM to be allocated to this. So,
Yeah, but I think a lot of people that when they hear about these conversations, they think this is like a consumer level thing, and it's like, no, these are the people that they care. So I think they'll get things these conversations. You need to remove yourself.
do you guys think the
There we go.
PS4, I was going to see that this PS4 is at 117 million, PS5 is 195, 95.3 million. Okay. So, maybe it's like GTA.
Damn it! Fucking tired of this motherfucker.
The town of Salem put a dwelling only outside the meeting place for a data center proposal for the town, and the CEO of the data centers doubts that.
Fuck the data centers.
Give me some people think that GTA is going to have some sense.
Scared and left.
This holiday, and I think there's going
Yeah.
to be a shortage of PS5s.
And that's what it takes, is public pressure.
But that's not answering my question. So my question is,
Are you serious?
PlayStation. So it's just okay. Just, let's fucking say it's the end of the holiday. Just say it's the end of the year. How many PS5s do you think they're going to sell?
I think it'll be flat. It'll be flat. Whatever it was last year, which I think they're.
He just runs the same play.
I think it'll be the same. There'll be a dip from last year. And it's just because they're going to sell PS5s they make, basically.
Just takes it, runs it to the outside. Flips it, takes it, runs it to the outside.
Just say a number. Say like 60.
Fuck, man. Come on. And he's wasted the whole quarter. There we go.
Potentially more than with, right? I think I'm sure the game will sell
and there are some like analysts out there that are saying that this game might sell like 35 to 50 million copies in its opening month or something crazy. I'm like, that's how this is going. If you would basically the PlayStation, the Xbox install size to sell to, so you're telling me you're going to sell to like 50%.
Oh wow, he's actually changing up the play.
say it. It's a little mistake, but just
So we fourth down for him.
question.
See what he does. He tries to kick it or go for it. He doesn't really throw the ball.
By the way, if it's flat to last, it'd actually be about 8 million systems or something.
He made it. All right. We're down 7, but we're going to get the ball.
I'm very spot on. Thanks for online. Say spot on. And that's the main reason why that people sold so many copies. I think you have to buy that. Yeah, so Sony they raised their forecast for this fiscal year as well. And I think I was looking back at their other years. If they hit this metric for this fiscal year, it's like $5 million straight up like operating profit. It'd be the most they've ever. I think that's great. Yeah, they ever made. Yeah. So they're aiming for like record high in terms of just operating profit, and to me it looks like they were going to get that game, and it's going to do it for us. And then PlayStation Plus, as you say, Braddock, with the online. If that is being shown, which we assume it will be, and maybe they'll launch it, say, in December or something, then that would also be where they find the massive spike in monthly active users on PlayStation Plus.
There we go.
Everything kind of just a third-party game. GTA 6. You know there's going to be some PlayStation Plus packets like, oh, join PlayStation Plus, get like $1 million in short card money, or yep. But they're pretty confident in that, and you can tell they're extremely confident right now because they had some words. And everybody was thrilled. Yeah. Should have sneaked up and those bitches. Shit.
If we score the touchdown, we're going for 2.
Sony in that one pass, 2 points, just give you 2 points to the audience. You know, I have a lot of the last few years, and I'm starting to become very familiar with it. Is being the towel. Yeah, and like that's like the CFO chairperson, just talk to investors. Yeah, that's got to waste some talks to meetings now too. This is the investor meetings. It's meetings. It's all of us talking about this, and like he was working at IKEA, they say you would. Actually declined to fund it, and they only declined it. No, I was going to say, they leave it. Listen, on it. These ladies don't answer. And, yeah, that's how it's Sony right now. They're kind of.
All right, let's see.
Well, they were asked. Okay, so there were 2 things they were asked about post and this thing.
Oh, no. It's fourth down.
And the 2 things they were asked about post, the earthquake that happened, and them ending, like, disc production. Those are the 2 things. And it had multi-part questions about the earthquake and then disc production. So I was like, what? Investors' minds completely. So,
Caught it! Keep the drive alive.
Asked about the strength. I guess asked about all the stuff that was specifically it's like bottom line that they were referring to. And so they can mention that they announced the year end. Just let everyone know. And Sean Patton's on the back of
A fumble! But we picked it up.
We have received various opinions. People have strong views.
Is Arch Manning the best QB in college football or ran?
I think he is. Oh, shit.
And the digital ecosystem, right?
Dude, couldn't quite toe tap it.
That's for me. Okay, so they
4th and 15, game on the line again. Another 4th down.
do you have any plans? Are you saying you're in a position to make such forecasts yet? That we think the impact will be up until 2028. And this is
Going for it all. Nope. I got all 3 timeouts, but it ain't gonna matter. This dude knows how to.
Next year, she says,
He knows how to freaking run the ball.
well, we're not seeing the impact on our business as now. Going forward, the content sales in large markets are already digitized. Therefore, as a result of this continuation of this, we don't see that there will be any negative impact on business outcomes, users, players, managements, and we think we have to respond to their feedbacks. This is how it's going to be.
There it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. This in particular, she would have lived it was right. Yes, it's kind of digitized as it is. It's the way she mentioned this player actions and responses to feedbacks.
We're gonna be taking our first L tonight.
That's what I kind of read. We're confident now that they will offer external describe. Look related to stuff. I thought about that a little bit how they would do it, because I don't think they want to keep manufacturing Ray Drive for much longer. They could do is they can sell an enclosure that would work for this drive here.
I'm probably one of the few people in Gen Z who know the Jenny's number is 8,675,309.
Yeah, you probably are.
And that has used just plug into your system. And that's it. Just it'll give you back respectively from PS5, PS4. Okay, so we still get the option to reuse our current disk for that. Yes, that's kind of what I'm thinking they would do it. There'd be a little know-how, but you already have to. You gotta pop the side over your system. You gotta drop it in there anyway. So
Nobody's open.
they don't. They're selling it to people who are enthusiasts enough to go. You know what? I will do mild surgery in my system to get the ability to play Blu-ray. But that would also give your system, I assume, the ability to play a 4K Blu-ray. Yeah. That's something kind of expensive. That one of the ways you lose from PS6 that it's just a digital system. Yes, absolutely.
What the fuck was that at the end? This dude had 400 rushing yards. Oh man.
And then when I had a PS3, my mom used the PS3 as like Blu-ray player. Now, like the console was always become like de facto display for movies. PS6, like PS6, like
Eli, dude, that last play, that's crazy.
player at the time. Like for the pricing that it was, the fact that it played games, and everything else, that was actually a pretty good DVD player that you could. Convince your parents that you need the PS2 for the household. Oh, absolutely.
They have an option for you to play your 4K Blu-rays. It's called the PlayStation.
Dude, I
Four. Kent State, you're up.
It's his turn. Who they send out? What's his name? To do the
Please don't play the same person I just played, please, please.
Okay, they got Lin Tao here. Tell people too bad. It's Herman Holtz. It's his turn. Okay,
Didn't you just do it?
let me see. We had. Oh, and then this was. So there are two speakers that have situations. Then we have the analyst vocal says.
Didn't I just do what?
Actually,
No, I did Kennesaw. This is Kent State.
Kent State.
Yeah, Kennesaw State is who I played with before. Now this is Kent State. They're two different teams.
Yeah, so
Kennesaw State were the Owls. Kent State is the Golden Flashes.
That's going to be a talk of partners retail. You're going to essentially have some kind of nice.
Going up against Hawaii, the Rainbow Warriors.
Now they could eventually pull into it's just like, yeah, I don't see well. I know what excited retailers want to sell those things. I don't know if it's great, I guess, for them to have to just down at the limit or work for the PlayStation. Which, well, did the GameStop CEO say it like this? Awesome. This is great. This time it's it's like and they were like, it's GameStop. How's that work? It's version T6. Right. Let's talk about eBay. It's very, very interesting. But okay, so differentiation from PC is the disc is the factor to differentiate from PC.
Don't forget to hit the like button, you guys. I'd appreciate it if anybody hits the like button, or if you're new, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate that a whole lot.
It's not the factor to differentiate, because I think it's part of it. Like, she does say some other stuff, where I'm like, okay, I get it. From there, I can take the disc. Some trade some media, it obviously is different than the PC, because the PC
Good defense.
And that is literally a difference between the console and the PC at this point. And another
10
difference, you guys
viewers.
are forgetting this, is that, you know, I'll play online on PlayStation, payout, PlayStation Plus, yeah. She ignored that detail, but everything else. Well, okay, second time, one, like, PC, there's certain ways to play with the PC as end user. It's a long tail and out of string is that the curated content that's out of string, which I assume she's referring to exclusive titles that they put on PC for a while. And then it's now they realize I didn't. Yeah, I think that's part of it.
I don't know what the hell he's doing out there.
That's one thing there. I can't really speak of the curation of their PlayStation Store because it has been great for a while. Recently, I started like getting rid of a bunch of like junk stuff. It's getting slightly better. Yeah, and this says compared to high-end PC gaming, run is more affordable. The disc itself is a strong benefit for differentiation. Going forward, it can coexist peacefully with PC games.
Dang it.
Peacefully with PC games. Affordability is going to be a conversation moving into next generation apps. And PlayStation Plus going up the price again, and I'm matching the $1,000 system. And again, baseline price of $80. Affordability is not as strong as it has been in the past. When you make that argument in PC, because it was one thing when the PS5 showed up in 2020, and it was one of those, you know, the digital. It's like, okay, it's tough to make a PC with everything in it that would match this. No, like it was the PS6, and it's still it's down. There's used parts we can look into. And as you mentioned,
Got him.
John, how about this? You go for PS6 on PlayStation, correct? We'll load it, you see beside it, or over now you either move. It's really sad. I think that's our next generation is yes, Pro. Even at $7, like what? It was 5 seconds, that was it. And even they knew it was going to be a thing. People were going to like get hit pretty hard with that price. But it was not.
3rd and 2.
PS6. It's like $1,200. I wish it were this long. But you don't get much content for that. Yeah. Because it like psychologically does something to your brain. So, oh, it like it's expensive. Even though it's
more expensive. It feels the team down. That's going to be the scheme. I mean, it's fine.
Curious to see if that's actually like potential because it's fine. It's fine already.
Damn it.
It's just I need to spend this money on this, so I have some that does that. I just don't know. People get a lot of stuff that people want to play probably just all good. I don't think that's the situation they got going on there. So our goal, the game is going to rush out to spend, even if we can do it, whatever that is. Are they going to rush out the deal now for the blocks? They already got, they already got NBA 2K, all that stuff's going to be supported.
Actually, like on that Potion, the idea of the mainstream is really steering the ship or something right now. I think that's what this is really just what mental is. Oh well, customer behavior is maybe towards the idea of vision. But you know, you look at the financials they put out just a couple of days ago.
Dude, if I got this many people watching, I may have to continue this even beyond next game. Seriously, or do something. I just strike while the iron's hot.
But then people look into it and wait a minute, 60% of this is PC, and they don't even have access to this company. And then you will get to some of Sony's financials where they have they tell us the split straight up, where it's like 80% of full games sold for right now. They don't really separate it out into these games that you're gonna have to get from this company. It's just like, oh no, these are games that we have that are down. And this is where we're seeing player gamer go.
Stuffed them.
That they show. It's like quite substantial. It's like
He's literally had the ball the whole fucking time.
However, they have some interesting ways of how they report the money here. People started to realize this.
It was 11, now it's 9.
But it's
Oh, again, I broke my own rule. You talk about the viewership.
They record the entire thing. They record 100%. And then later on in part of their report, they then they mark down the hands that third parties. As you correct me out, it was $70 for them. They keep 30%, they get the rest of Capcom. Now, if you go through a physical
Now
sale,
it's 10.
the thing that they record is the royalty. And like that said, so they don't record the full amount up front. That's something that they're comparing full amount of digital to royalty is on that sheet that looks like it's 940. So if you actually go through it and try to figure out the numbers, and there's a lot of estimation, margin of error, and it's much closer to like
Third and goal.
is what their physical digital.
No, I don't like the defense.
So I'm trying to focusing right now with a lot of these reports that come out, and the reason Sony does this is because it's just in terms of accounting and stuff, this is actually how you report it. But I am noticing, man, a lot of these reports are certainly fluffing up the numbers for digital a lot recently, and that's just because publishers obviously want to go all digital, but it's almost like they're trying to do this themselves.
Damn it. Ashlock, why?
Is that or something? I think if I had to really take a guess, as compared to physical digital, so that's for Sony, I think it's somewhere like 75-25. 25% of your enthusiast audience, that feels like a lot. Like,
You saw some of this like certain big physical games.
I can hold that up actually, you're right.
And whatever analytics and had 30, mid-30s, 90% Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, apparently that has like 48%. I'm not sure why, that's like high 40s, mid-40s. So, there's definitely people buying that it's available. That's actually offered. I mean, most games are digital, so I think obviously digital is going to be there, but I don't think it's just because most games on Israel, that doesn't mean it's clear. And I think this is probably the biggest thing that also going to make this movie. Once the Sony gave us the percentage of games, there's more right? And they see significant it's a low percentage. So since that's the case, first party games this year, those people buy third party, it's a low percentage compared to first party. So I just think as first party games should be done. First parties. Well, it's like we're getting more first parties. It's like, yeah, like the third party, you just don't. So I guess we should have things, I guess we should just get rid of that. Right.
And speaking, they also.
Come on, dude.
Yes,
Fine.
I was like, wait a minute. Like, it's such. Like, people just read the fucking headline. Yeah, there it is. It's like, wait.
This girl told Brian Kristen reasons why men should get married.
And you'll see that, like, this isn't about.
What's the biggest reason?
They money. That's how they think that people are just going to go. So they said, fuck you.
I think men should get married to women too, but I think the government should be out of it. I think it should just be a religious ceremony and call it good. Yeah, but the government shouldn't be involved. Actually, to me, the biggest reason to marry someone is so you're not living in sin.
That is true for many of Sony's first-party games. And you know what? I'm very curious about the market. Just because now there's like a newfound.
So I had the ball once. I went 3 and out on fucking offense.
Like in favor of this goal.
It's frustrating.
50%. Spider-Man 2 was 35% just found, and that's a mainstream game, Spider-Man 2. It's probably wrong because that was actually just digital when it first came out. We didn't get a physical copy until later. And even like Madden and stuff, not too surprising. Is that the Black Flag Racing? 25%? I was like, really? That? And so, I gotta get to this game is to see if there's a game because especially when it big stuff, that was when it sold out. It was hard to get. That was how it was games.
Yeah. Once you was not the worst, you're just breaking this physical.
Yeah, I know it's pretty shit. Let's pull on any system. Resident Evil pretty well.
Yeah, they shit that. Like, that was obvious that it was under shit because they just want you to buy the game digital.
Oh.
Editions, and you get this, that, and the other. You don't get any of that shit with a physical version. Like, it's not even playing for you. And still, physical is still remaining. You got fucking million. You have some Tomb Raiders physically sold in Japan the first week. And it's half a million looking for it.
Physical sales. Like just, for example, let's use this. Don't eat lettuce right now. We can those I've been like lamb is such a small percentage, but it's still here. That doesn't mean it shouldn't exist just because most people eat chicken.
I've had the ball 24 seconds. He's had it 7 minutes.
Based off physical, okay, I understand, but there's not even percentage that says that it's just like God will cheap. It's not in that sense. So,
there's the boogeyman. The used market is in there and it's still on sales. I'll never see it as a cheaper game. It's all
I love this. It was such a small percentage, wasn't it?
Yeah, because they don't see the used game market for themselves. Those games are projected.
Damn it.
EA tried to charge us with like math online to buy the original copies. He's happened to never tried to make you pay and nipples in it. Maybe that was used in
11 viewers.
Yeah.
Here we go. Eli talking about the viewership again. I love it though. I love it. I don't know why. I think streaming late at night or in the middle of the night or even in the early morning, I was getting more viewers than normal. During times you would think you would get more viewers in the afternoons, early evenings.
They have an overall experience, and I think they know that. Like, I don't know if the younger generation is really latched on the Final Fantasy much at all. So I think there is actually a pretty big desire to have physical copies of Final Fantasy games in the future. So, like, Final Fantasy 17, not that we're still waiting for that. Not having a physical copy for some of these Final Fantasy games that are like a story franchise. It just feel kind of strange seeing that. Correct me if I'm wrong, like even after the 8 games that have already released on PS5, it's looking at new discs, right?
They can get repress, yes.
Yeah. So I think like a Final Fantasy 7 trilogy reprint for all 3 games. Package bits of that.
Go.
For these I don't know.
I was hoping I should get out of bounds there.
Japanese men would rather watch hentai than have a woman.
I believe it. Spike it, spike it, spike it, spike it. Spike it. Fuck, no spike. It didn't let me. I was hitting circle. I'm gonna have to just line up and throw.
You mentioned their first party game.
Go, snap it! Snap it!
They don't make as big as they used to, right? Yeah. That's never has been a problem.
This is
Fuck.
There's first party games because it's a small percentage. They make all their money on blocks, and it's okay. It's ridiculous. It's things that are not citizens. You know, when it comes to.
Dude, if the viewership still is here, like after the next game, I'm gonna extend the stream. I'm gonna, like, I probably won't play anymore. I'll probably do something. I'll probably check out another mode or something to show you guys the other mode, but this is supposed to be just K teams, but I'll fucking extend the stream. Almost did the other night when I just had 5 viewers. Tell me I got 10, I'll take 10. Every hour I'm streaming at 10, that's 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours of watch time. Come on.
Generation. So, I think, for instance, these people are sitting there trying to use these tools as options and goals. You know, it's lots of things that are interesting. It's fascinating shit. It's
But OJ, it's not making first party games. You're not going to get very games, bro. You keep DMing and DM.
Do you know what? I flatly, I'll be honest, I don't like to use this excuse a lot. I flatly just hit the wrong button. Just completely hit the wrong button. I went to hit X and I don't know how I did this. I went to hit X and I hit fucking R1. X was wide open. I fucking lost my mind for a second there.
OTF.
It was. I don't know what. I don't know why. The only way I could see that. The only reason I could see I did that was because I just thought R1 was the guy in the middle of the field. So I hit R1, and it was X. By the time I realized what I'd done, ball was already in the air.
Let's say you look at the side pocket Wolverine. Wolverine
PS6. But only the digital understand the upgrade.
See, especially on college football, even with the noise and whatnot, you have to kind of memorize what the receivers are, even though I'm at home, so that doesn't even apply there. But you remember what the receivers are because sometimes it's quicker if you just know instead of just guessing or waiting to see. And also sometimes the numbers or letters will disappear from the top of the receiver's head if it's loud. So I just effed up.
Yes, exception. Like guys, they say like when
See, how I run a play is there's like two receivers I'm usually looking at. If both of them are covered, then I go to the third option. Or I scan the field and see who's open.
Sure. It's just that, like, sure. PS5 Pro $900, I may get that ESSR. I think PS5 is great. I mean, PS4, you get a little while, right? PS5 did not. I get it was actually PS4 Pro pants, and it's like, why is this thing that's but, you know, like, there's
I think it's because for the PS6, we're kind of already envisioning what's going to do, what's going to exactly be this higher end box. That I guess you don't really care that much about 8K, so 4K, or just better than it does now. But I will say, right now, it's very telling that I feel more interested in what they would do with the handheld than what they would do with the console. That's why I thought it would have been interesting if they made the handheld a hybrid and got that PS6. I think it'd get pretty low price. I mean, we're already kind of like, the PS6 is $1,000.
Caught it.
The handheld, the hybrid thing was like $800, $900 based on where PC gaming handhelds are now. Unfortunately, that would end up being on like the medium to low end in terms of price. But I think you could not get it, and it still had similar power but better CPU than PS5. It's running lateral. But it was also playing convenience. Interesting.
Wow, way over fucking shot it.
PS6, that's funny. PS6 is $1,200. It's like, here's the enthusiast box if you want it. You gotta start thinking, so you gotta get creative right now. It can't just literally be, okay, started. No,
I need to see the quality of the games. Me to sit there and say, I need to just like learn where is Uncharted.
Uncharted's one I'm surprised they haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Yeah. I expect maybe where it is aspect. The reason I get it's not the same. Obviously, it's way longer big games. I get that, but for 2007, they let it got great aspect.
Man.
And they're great, you know, like taking away some, you know, kind of charging like so it's like
Just see the game too.
yeah, just I mean, you know, putting yeah, or she was like, hey, look, you know, the price of the struggle to make that game.
Outside kick.
They barely forgot it for some reason. And actually, it's like, make us Phil Spencer. I've been trying to get Phil Spencer now. Oh my gosh. You never shut him over.
It needs never
Yes, that's here.
It needs to be understood because what Xbox has records like
You want to turn on it now. Like,
it's right. It's just like it's broken. It's very like it's
anything else there is jail. Something I'll say about Sony that their words, they sold 6 million
units per first party software, and that comes out
Just stop.
just under 10% of units that were third party via the vast majority of the mouse softwares. And the thing that is insane.
They're down.
Expansions, DLC, stop away from that initial purchase, but it's based on Fortnite trends, Roblox, whatever else. I think most people will go, yeah, it's probably the Fortnite section. That was more than all of this YouTube. It's like it was a little.
Oh, that absolutely should have been intercepted. Pick six the other way.
Used to like mix that quietly, like never say. Then he said he was done with PlayStation. Maybe not. It's fine. Like, no, some people they're very great for content. When the game's next fun, I'm not. Anyway, this is what you're whatever you're into, whatever you like, that's great. So I'm so curious to see how GTA 6 will go for him and whatever their future is.
Eli, you still here, bud?
Like, it's gotta be really good. And we'll see. It was related. I pulled up Twitter. Literally, the first thing that shows up: Spider-Man brand new day, full movie, enjoy.
13 viewers.
I know.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
16.
I wondered who discovered me recently.
She's fine, but for me, that player's still big. Yeah, I mean, if you look at your it's from it. It's gonna.
Fuck. GG on that one.
Says Halo Studios can keep their Halo 2 remake, and I like the Halo remake. And it's pretty been so fun. I know Bad was pretty good. And it's what Chris was like on. He liked it.
Eli, I need to get my ass whooped more often. People were tuning in to see my ass get whooped.
PlayStation people. Okay, John, for this Halo 1 remake, people are saying Gears of God now. Right?
First predictive, that's
You think if they did a Gears of War 1 campaign remake, just campaign and multiplayer, released it, and then they're available? Well, because they already did it, and it did, and then multiplayer. Like Gears of War did. It's hard to believe that in the middle of regular inflation, Midwall is actually. And that multiplayer. Like Gears of War did. Halo 1 did better. Like Gears of War. It's probably I think it
Go behind them.
And I think more Gears than a Halo.
Gotta throw it in front of them.
I'm just curious to see what the multiplayer is. Because it's free to play, right? So the multiplayer is free to play. They also have a campaign. I would be curious to see the campaign. For sure. It's just the same. DC Pack says anyone like what numbers?
Yeah, I fit the brand chance. Sure. Great. They give people what they want. Alright, Sir Nintendo. Sure. Sir Nintendo is right there. Just, the skills are just. Get money and buying crap like that. From so that's just one thing for the advice on content creation. Don't once back. After my first video, I'm not super proud of it. Of course, it's funny, different channel. Promo here out of respect. Thank you again. Hey, promo from here. Yeah, promo. Good job. I can't no promo that man. Screw you. Ace Revenue says, perceived downfall Xbox. Should this all have themes? This is already so when will they learn that one game like grabs? So please learn. So companies do. Big companies. Well, okay, not like the get on. That was like those others. Company, sure. Maybe. Yeah, but they don't pay for Black just talked about that. The game was already.
First down.
Their next Ubisoft game, Rayman Legends Retool. That's what second thing. It's gonna be what, by the way? It's the team guys like the what? Count the unknown kids, Jeff on fucking eggs. Hey, let's go. Go ahead. I guess Quest says, made the tough decision to wait my 8-hour save file. Start fresh. Yeah, so I can remember the game was supposed to play. Yeah, that's always the problem with games. Is you just have to wait for too long and the game was in or something. It's you can't accept the time.
Come on.
You're getting destroyed.
I am. I really am.
It's straight up backstory, which you can 60.
Gosh.
It's basic. It's actually pretty fun.
One says, anybody on the pinnacle check out the M64? I am not. I'm curious.
You know what, Eli? I'm getting destroyed, but with a smile on my face, to be honest.
The analogs and it's just kind of like if they would send me
Stellar Blade Devs made an all-music video to promote the game.
cheaper than the analog, it's readily available. It seems like they're going to support it for it's
That's pretty neat. You know what? If I didn't jump in the air, I probably would have scored a touchdown. But he actually knocked me away.
System.
The quarterback sneak is so unbelievably worthless. I hit green. There we go. Big Bubba got in.
Games like that. New game that I can't pronounce. First-person shooter. I like the idea that they leaned into having the gods and it's not a cool thing. Yeah, it's gives you options. Spyro says, biggest announcement of the week was Frontier. Really? Yeah, they did the first one campaign.
He's got the 2. We're not done yet.
Yes. Yes, I would like to see them do something. It's not a shame, that's just a kind of game now. Me too, man. Yes, yeah, because they came out for 360. I had like they tried to like jam all of like the DVDs in there, and that was good. Lost in the Dam, Out of Tony. Yeah, that's what those were good. Out of Tony especially. Lost in the Dam is so based after. Looks like Slater just got an upgrade. The next task is lower lead blowers. Including even the storm and even
Stop.
the sun is based after open the GTA 5 and the thing yeah.
Damn it.
What? Yeah,
We're getting destroyed.
Somebody kicked my dog. Sister says, you're really able to play through Ghostbusters as well. Favorite movie is two pianos, both cartoons. Oh yeah, they did do another cartoon for books. The other books, the original. If you watch the original cartoon, there's some really good, like, original songs on there. Like, I guess some fucking catchy ass song. It says, hey, I'm going to live stream this week. Hey, this is a
Score quickly.
Stadia 2. Stadia was, I will say, I think we're going to look back on that 10 years from now and it's been Stadia wasn't good this time. They showed up too early. It's like the Xbox One back in 2013. They were a little too early to the DRM game.
I'm not even going to say I don't care how much it's real, right? I'm still not going to say it.
You know what?
If it was a streaming system where this was happening, the same thing. It was a better streaming. It's not some state scum. It is.
No, it's true. That is true. That is true. The thing that, you know, I was surprised. I think you mentioned something. I was looking at my cloud streaming stuff because I do believe that's what's next in it. And I was looking at it, and I might be in trouble. Yeah, because I looked in the weather, and I was like, I think it's not working this right. If you have that not right, you so, let me just see. Because they added some of the Fire Sticks, and you open up, like, Amazon Prime Video, and they try to show you these games in there. Indiana Jones is in there. He was telling me about that. Chip is in there. There's a big game. I was like, really? They just have Resident Evil, they just have all these games in there. Like, it's interesting, so I loaded it up. Dude, the latency is, man, we might be in trouble. Like, it's actually pretty good. And I said, well, why are they, let me put on the TV back here, whereas the TV already had the app. So I have some, like, internet coverage. Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's still pretty good. I'm sorry. Dude, I was playing in the shed. Downstairs in the basement, my router was upstairs, and I was just fucking around. It was on the TV, and there, and I saw it. What is this? And I had these games, and I just started messing around with it, and like it was working really well. And I was like, wow, okay, use this, but interesting that it exists. Yeah, I was Hogwarts Legacy. That was the other one. And these are games you can play, like you can play or anything. It's just this part of your subscription. So I would, and that's the thing, they don't convince any of us. Like you said, Sean, like, I brought up the use of this base time, it's mainstream. That's what's steering the ship right now. And it's sitting, you know, that's a step below GeForce now, and that was pretty good. So Meg says, I was watching Speed Racer on my PSP, and that doesn't even do to it. Let's switch. DC back down, Chino. Fine.
Switch turned out into jamming it.
G-Master says that thank God it's no days need to go.
It's definitely not against
13 viewers.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. We peaked out at 15.
They start to freeze. versus it was rated like Mario Sunshine game get Switch 2. It's also rated T. Loyalties and services rated T. And yeah, so the 3 All-Stars Club.
Most I ever peaked was 22.
So it's like, oh, see Sunshine.
That was that one weird Madden stream that's a lot like this one.
They have. Yeah. Casual gamers, RGD Helmets, that would do once in a month. I just want to
Through pick.
It's just
Triple H's daughter sang a song to open SummerSlam Night 1.
You know what? Me and Scooter missed that part because we just were like coming back from getting like McDonald's.
no sell everything. Watched Let's Make $1 Million. Yeah. Yeah, great show. And I randomly popped up on my YouTube. I'm like, what the hell did Arcade? I haven't seen the show in like decades. And I watched it, so I'm like, this is so good. It's kind of the time. It's a time that like some of the games they have are actually very interesting. Sort of like prototype builds of games as well. So there's like differences that you can kind of spot. I think Sonic the Hedgehog is one of those games. Yeah, that show's fucking awesome. You got Mikey on board too. Mikey and Safety.
Watch the arcade games. I'll watch it.
Nice. They were wrong right now. It's like
It's essentially like that's a game show for kids. And it's two teams. It's an esports that they provide some esports. Obviously,
literally because you had to be there. There was a TV over. You had to try the PCR, I guess, but you didn't know where to see it. It's dope. It's not. Yeah. Yeah, I looked at that. That sounds yeah. Yeah, it's just curious. Occasionally they have their kid who just like this. So it's and
everybody wanted to be on a microphone. That's like, that's what it is.
Sarah is still wondering for that shit.
Oh, we're 2-2 tonight. We got one more. We got Kentucky coming up.
Green screen. Just I saw the first return there. It's like that's on eBay. They're not out of well, when they did,
Is Nick Aldis allowed to wrestle again?
I'm pretty sure what happened is Nick Aldis is not. This isn't a debut. It's more like a, hey, this sort of farewell match, and he's going back to being a GM.
The natives that jumped out. Yeah, dude, that's pretty indigenous. Indigenous. They jump out. That was great. I was scared whenever they looked at me. What's on that?
Oh, Kentucky.
You had to get basically had pieces of like the medallion, and depending on the piece you had, it was like how many lives you had basically. And so they would jump out, and then you'd be like, I have this medallion, and then they'd get loaded, and they would just grab you, and the lights would go out from that person. Like, oh shit, they're never shoot from him. It was scary. It was scary. Kind of scary. Yeah.
Hi, Doodles.
Did you finish K teams?
No, this is the last K team, Kentucky. going against Oklahoma State for the third time tonight. I wonder if it's against the same guy I already played twice and beat twice.
I mentioned them.
That would be hilarious. Good girl. Good girl.
It's not.
It's not. Okay.
This book says, I would bet I was also something that it's this manufacturing PS6. It's not as empty.
So Eli, there's two differences as far as what's successful on a stream. One successful stream is like that tennis stream I had where I had like 600 something clicks. This is actually more successful, which is in the teens with sustained viewership. Because it's just this buku for the watch time.
That's true. But now there's huge competition. Switch to all sorts of smart
But
John, there hasn't been any variance against my throat. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like I said, there was some that I've seen. I'm like, that's the way they look. There's no PS5 Pro. It's like one plate. One plate is different, and it's barely different. I have no idea what that's about. You know, ridiculous.
be 4th and 1.
Yeah. John, oh wow. Let's get to see John up. And then with good John on the show. John says, just pop in to say hello. Then he might hear us the gaming wise during the call. That's work. And our 6-month-old. Hope everyone is well.
There we go.
Yeah, it's not don't well like take time playing it while you're playing it, and then you basically kind of walk over. But no, I played something like Rocket Stone up later, like some Olympics are, and then they're just trying to get it just push the it's trying to like navigate around.
Snap it. Go, 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 go.
That's the ultimate. You know, like it's like
Touchdown!
It's kind of been the girl was more interested in this kind of games than the two boys were interested in. Yeah, she was the one who was interested in seeing like
Didn't get it.
She's interested in the regular games, but they like she was trying to figure out like she's trying all these random games now. Let's do much for things. Well, yeah, that's awesome. The John knows. See John over. To Xbox.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example, Eli. If the viewership was 16 viewers for 3 hours, that's 48 hours of watch time.
That's even been. It does look like he was speculating, but I understand why. Because part of the reports we know that now, actually, as of like today,
Fuck.
The Xbox Series X flagship disk drive that is $800 now.
crazy. But it gets even crazier when you see a report that was put out that just reported the Central. Even an $800 price point, they're still using roughly $150 per system. Like, that's what they like, for me, system rate, right now on that flagship Series X is about $950 then. Which is ridiculous because prices are actually supposed to go further for RAM this holiday instead of this year. And next year it's supposed to go up like another 30-40%. The RAM companies, SK Hynix and Samsung, they're just like, man, it's a shame. Hopefully somebody can do something about this.
There we go.
17 viewers.
Let's freaking go. That's what we've chopped out tonight. Work down.
There was like a whole lawsuit against them, and they lost the whole thing. But it's just here's the AI stuff. Like they put that like this is why there's some data centers now.
Damn it! I'm challenging it. I doubt I win the challenge, but maybe his foot was on the line.
Ghost Rider.
Ryan Gosling's a good actor, so it'll probably work.
You're sixth in the generation. Right even for their system is now 900.
Yeah, I didn't win the challenge. I didn't think I would. His foot was probably down.
That's insane. Almost double up the break even of your system in year 6. When usually it'd be the opposite for a snap. Because we've break even in this fall since we've done revisions, parts have got cheaper priorities. The opposite. And that makes me wonder about things like this. Makes me wonder about things like PS6 and that he looks though is if you were projecting this thing might have 40 gigabytes of RAM. And I don't know how you the PS6 DDR2. The PS6 was estimated to have like 30 gigabytes of GDR7. Now someone's like, oh, that's GDR6. Dude, it doesn't matter because the reports coming out are that GDR6 is also being competitive. Which is why video cards also jump in price. And
I don't know why he's going for 2. Whenever an extra point will give him the lead. But I'm fine with it. Tied. Still tied.
Maybe 2013.
It's hard to believe that the myth of hyperinflation in bubble is actually lowering the price.
I was supposed to wake up in 7 hours, Eli. What am I going to do, brother? I can't walk away from this viewership.
That's some plans on. You know, just take a step back. But you know, maybe this is.
Raise their price here. Which came out that yesterday. They're going to raise their price 10%. Might be able to reach it's not. But you know what got crazy? I guess AMD created them, and they started offering equal video codes. Now that we have partnering with it's just hilarious because it pops up on a rebuild, and people were like, why does this say it's like a 90, 50 gigabytes of RAM? Because that was their plan. It's like, all right, we'll just put less RAM in this thing, and that's it. So now Microsoft is thinking,
Touchdown! Fumble! No! It's gonna be a scoop and score the other way!
Actually, Linux like Cache OS
That's
Off the fake extra point!
if you need it, it's a thinking over that.
No, we saved it. We saved it. The D lineman ran out of gas.
Not great. Excel.
Oh, what the fuck, man? Eli, what do you think about that bullshit?
Yeah. See if they've gotten it a little better. I think on the B they did. The whole thing. People load up too. I'm going to try to think in like Windows right where you could load up that pinball game back in the day. Oh, it's yeah. It's expired. It's space back. Just do that. That's the game. They did figure to get more Microsoft trying to take it away. And so I don't know, maybe the Steam on the thing when it comes out, and it's not $50. So maybe I'd review that. Like the first part of the previous that you mentioned. Do you see the reality where Microsoft was a scam? That was the other thing I think Jeff's bringing up. Trying to find money, subsidize the system. Take your games from Steam, putting them only on your Windows server, and then also be that that's the Xbox server, your access to Steam. Yeah. And you force people to your platform, which you're on your platform. That's wrong. It's the way your games are selling because you fucking made Game Pass is on Steam. So you're gonna piss off the people that are the ones that are allowing you to even exist, to even, you know, if it wasn't for Steam, 1.7 billion, it probably would have been 3 billion that you fucking lose. Like, god damn. So, there's more situation. It's not shit. You know, they were using scenes for bringing back consoles. But hey, by the way, the day before that, I told you that you could play an Xbox shit on more TVs. Now it's just like they just throw shit at me. Yeah, so they call it stream things on Xbox.
Damn it.
You know, we got rid of that marketing, but we still kept some of the core philosophies. And just make the decision. It's stupid. Did you see the tweet that Asha put out? I read it back. Oh, so funny because you guys can tell me like,
Ski up a TD.
I read it and I was like, where it says, actually fucking read something RGT/OJ. What is your deals? It's something that this is like a shots or something. So
He's going for two, even though an extra point would give him the 1 point lead. And he didn't get it. We're tied at 12. Every 2 point conversion in this game has failed for both teams. No one's taking their extra points.
Realistic expectations. You like, it's like fucking shit. That's 100 million bad 6 players on that workout. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Dropped it wide open. Wide open.
That was a different I know they have they just get it downloaded. They online get wait till the number goes up.
He baited me. He baited me totally there. I thought he was traveling with Circle. I went back over to X, and he had baited me.
on first person. I mean, like, you call me bold, which is like whatever. But like, Battlefield is like a big immersive type game. Like people aren't thinking, oh yeah, Battlefield on the phone. I'm in the DMV or something. You know?
I know Call of Duty Mobile is like, is that still pretty big? I know it was. I mean, I guess it's not really a game necessarily that people are going crazy over. Big video person. People like it, so that's great. And then just you got a much more. And it's really good. And I see these companies trying to run experiments with what they have. I guess an evil answering versus streaming.
Damn it.
People
18 viewers.
Let's go. New top viewership of the night. Now he takes an extra point.
Stats where they went, yeah, a ton of people downloaded, but like 10% of people supported it.
It's a good night, Eli. This is a really great night for the channel.
That's why like actually games so
Please, y'all, subscribe. Like the video, too, if you can. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
My sister, she's not a gamer, and she said she spent over $3,000 on the system.
That's the dream. That's the dream of Microsoft.
She said, oh, what's the time she had a break? She said she spent over $3,000. She didn't even notice it.
You can see here, but it's good. We used to play WWE Champions. It's not that and he has a rating, which sounds pretty basic, but it's got people speculating immediately because it's E10, which I think is the same rating actually for the Wild in terms of E10. It's got something to do with as far as opposed to just the Mark 18 rating. But there are things that happen over a time that would involve, as they say, animated blood, and they play around with that since the N64. They changed the blood, for example. They did the Dragon Ball Z or whatever, made it like scratches or something. No, it's got people wondering, is this they call it reborn, and it's...
Oh, man, I thought I was going to get... My guy was going to drop it after getting hit, and then he was going to pick it off.
Remake of the game, and the ESRB was yeah. The ESRB rate, though, I think it's also an indication of, okay, we're getting eventually it. Yeah, things are going to get there. Amiibo seem to go up online, and it sounds funny at first, like, oh, it was like a Kirby one, like a sword, it's bad. As people went out for relation to see Amiibos, there are dates which they release for the game. There's a game that this game was put out, which was November 11th or 12th, like it depends on the time to click the page. So now everyone's thinking, okay, I guess they're like, yeah, in November. Maybe GTA 6, and we're talking about what if it had been the release of this game for a week before, though, is interesting, because but I mean, they can't only got some. Literally a week before GTA 6, and they're just not gonna care. That's just the way it is.
People understand how Nintendo works, but there's some Twitter accounts that are very forward-front, they say. It's small. People need to get me to pick up and take this in their own lane. It's just too
It's very young.
something they're just big crazy. Not getting, but like, yeah, GTA's like up in a Nintendo Switch too. On Nintendo, like to look at a place like that. It's like everybody thinks GTA is like the side, and so it's just like there's nothing wrong with it. It's something else.
Oh my God, he's wide open in the middle of the field. He was wide open in the middle of the field. He just floats it on him.
That's always shit there. Better or worse. Yeah. That's always just done shit their own way. And switch to. So, that's your big game. There's different. Yeah, that's no space.
I'm taking the points.
GTA 6. I was really thinking about it. It's a 15-hour game. Yeah,
I missed that. I fucking missed. God dang it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We need to get, and like this Nintendo get in the middle of this because I think everyone's just really curious as to what this game is. Such a legendary, as a legendary status. But you know, you can see there was a dispute, I think. These just saw pop up like I saw pop up.
I better go and prevent here. I don't want to. If he would have caught that, that's a touchdown. I almost picked it off, but we'll go prevent now. Halftime. But I gotta fucking kick it off to him.
Galaxy, GTA, or Soul Calibur, like
Mario Galaxy 2, because Mario Galaxy 2 went beyond the bridge. They actually went up the game. Right, GTA 4, no. GTA 4, Soul Calibur, Mario Galaxy 2, and then The Legend of Zelda.
Okay, so that's a good video. That's a great video.
I guess, yeah, well, if it was a time like that, I would have to be by number, yes. I mentioned, you know, Mario Galaxy 2 for years.
Yeah, they just said it would be a time. They did all their personal things.
Me. And a match on Legends. Well, maybe they can get enough friends.
For sure.
In back.
You're back.
This game are going to be so difficult to like interpret or even put together if you're reviewing the thing. Because in the back of your mind, you're going to, you know, most naturals. And this is a remake, reimagining, whatever it is. If you play the Crazy one time,
Got it.
there's no ways that you can do it. So, but that's tough, man. Because I mean, it's just used as game now.
Give it a 10. You know, there's going to be some contests. That's like 4 hours.
We lost 3 viewers.
Well, you know, I'll be honest, Eli. I'll take 15 viewers anytime, dude. Any freaking time, any day, anywhere. So sometimes that's more than what Rastov has. So I've seen Rastov have in the 20s. I've seen Scooter have in the 20s on live viewers. LOL Angels with freaking what was it? LOL Angels with when they were doing that with Ruby and Flo. would get about this many views. I've seen Grace Thorpe get around this many views. A little more than this, really, but sometimes if she's had a marathon stream, the dips are as low as this.
Shadow King says, what I don't get why Sony doesn't just use this and do it. Charge always. Sonic they have manufacturing facilities that want to do that, and Sony's working with them already. It's called there's more basically that don't have bias to make that decision. Blu-ray brand. It's called behind the scenes. Yes, sure, especially because it is for their PlayStation platform.
Damn it!
Rigorous checks to make sure everything is like fine. They sort of these games out. I know what says you guys think that investors will pressure how much they intend to think questions were.
I got lucky he dropped that.
I mean, they respect the questions. She did at least one point where she went little friend as a little bit. Who like her, and there's the last thing. Illustrated says, thoughts on the 54 gigabytes. I think it's hilarious. Because that's ridiculous. It's for like, I just don't even think it was $200. That's insane. Beats well says, the box being the instruction.
Back it up.
Mistake. Make it feel like a collector's item. I was like, here. Now we have the thing, the sticker next, you know how much that costs. This is the Donkey Kong Jungle Beat remaster. Prediction. That's what you're talking about. It's just the three major. This is the Donkey Kong Jungle Beat remaster. And so please. Oh man. Dude, like, that'd be the fucking virtual play. Again, actual product. They can make those content. That's true. Controllers. That's true. That was smart. But make for that they introduced PS, they make you turn your Switch perfectly, you know. They're gonna do the screen.
Back him up. Back him up, bud.
If they can allow us to have, like, clamshell design for the Switch, I think that actually. Okay, dude, and then when they do 3DS, and then so they have 3D screen attachment, which is not well, I guess. Yeah. It says hard to see a 5-foot.
He ran it on 3rd and 14. I don't understand that at all. Now he's looking to punt. I don't understand that call at all.
It says so the NES thing all of us. I hope Nintendo doesn't go for digital. I think got 2 generations for Nintendo still, which is like.
Wow, you be able to catch that on the run, bud.
The late 23s, yeah. Okay. Cody says, does Halo Remake look and play better on Xbox / PS5? PS5 Pro.
It's better. Digital reference does say it looks better than PS5.
Yeah, this is funny. Spyro 2 is right next to it.
Fuck! No! He stepped right. No!
I saw you share that because I was expecting like the ridiculous reaction.
Oh man, this is fucked.
That means what? listen, what they chose when they asked in this open world, I'm surprised they put that in there because that applies to me that like this.
You gotta stay calm and run our offense, man.
It's a big treat. But yes, the first left to right bit. But yeah. Lesson learned. Any other family-friendly game that gets announced, it's fun. Yeah, they can be. Let's see. This one. Right, so we're gonna end up with like maybe state move. Dude, you should do big. You should like a big and like try to flatten it, and then when you put the video out and say I flatten the spiral, then you can start flatten the spiral. Yeah, here's what I think. Steve Wilkins and he under the position. Let's just say if in Conrad's right, finish like the segments of the Mountain Game, where you play as Sheik doing ninja stuff while like is running around doing his thing, while smoking dispatch on. As those Ray Rollers, to do the league as Sheik snappers. So this guy's saying that this fat John, trust this giant league, and then he's fat ass John. He's fat ass John.
Oh, they call it incomplete.
Roller still alive.
Dude, yes, I'm still live, and to be completely honest, if this viewership keeps up, even though I'm about to run out of K teams, I'm gonna stay live doing something on here without ending the stream. You best fucking believe I'm gonna milk these 18 viewers as fucking far as I can.
So basically, for Sheik, just have like these enemies.
Holy. No, I can't switch games. I can't switch games. It'll end the stream.
It was legitimately bad. Everybody at Retro said it was like it was a very good performance. But then it got canceled.
This is what Smoke said, Army. Forgetting that Switch 2 was the first to have not switched it.
Oh, he had it in his hands! He had it in his hands! Right there, he had it in his hands.
That's incomplete. That is not so bad. The biggest third-party games. I just that's the actual which is not great. PlayStation games, the F-Series, and FK2K.
I'm fucked on this one. I started off 2-0, and I'm about to lose 3 games in a row. What the hell? What kind of whirly-durly... What kind of whirly-durlish bullshit was that?
Spider-Man, that was like Spider-Man, he did look nice and he you see, he did look some party games that are so great. The Astrobots at like 1 million.
We boned. We screwed.
Oh yeah, they can not screw that. So I just these first party games. I'll see.
Oh shit!
Again, it's not just good. So I think this one's. I might get like this one not being great. Yeah, that's the way you cut for sure. Yeah, how long? Someone's not so negative. It's actually not negative. That's it. That was good. That was good. Stroll said, shut the Stroll. Kichi says, is Katana reflectable pre-orders with a minute or 1 million units and see if there is actually banned? No one's guessing. And this way in this crowdfunding. You mean like just have people pre-order the disc before the end? Just they could do that. Yeah, that's actually like limited runs, so I guess if it gets to you less than 2% a year.
Dave Wonder says, any tips for taking care of graphic t-shirts so the image doesn't divert? I was curious since John's keeping shirts always like him.
This applies to you every single time. Still one time use. So, it's true. So, full water, and outside. That's probably my favorite. Okay, bring it to the house. It's just the same when you use Steam Family. Really, each of my own family shares games they do very easily. They're like, no, I have not used that now. But share. That's interesting. It's not aware of that.
Snap it.
If you see play on PS5 and Switch, Switch. Says I can't play PlayStation.
Come on, go, 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 go. Damn it, didn't get it off in time.
Thank you. You know what? I think they would test a lot of people first.
Definitely test fighters. I think there's one specific game.
It's going to be a stat.
All right.
They just showed up and just one game and be like, man, they got it. That's spot. That's a good idea.
What the hell? Where was he throwing it to?
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I need to see this. I just want to see what yes is. I gotta see the pitch for it is outside that part of it. I think part of it would be one. If they mind it, we're going to show you a bunch of games.
Yeah, and another game on the shout out. Twisted Metal. Back on that Twisted Metal.
Well, I think it would be first party, but also Foundation, which are third party games they signed as well.
I guess the strategy there is that it's part of the curation process. It's got third parties for you. Lockdown Focus is 17 of them. I think all correct. Some Ultimate Levels and Cross exclusive on PC. It's for Xbox. I definitely see this. Really? Yeah. I think really excited. It's fucking awesome. It does look good. Maybe it's look pretty good too. Just the way they described that, maybe it's looking positive. But they described it as like a surviving a damage. So, no, really, no. Oh, yeah. These release. Yes, sir. Let's switch one up. I'm kind of curious how to switch one. Steam. It looks nice. See what that looks like. I like that. Switch one's almost. I'm just curious. Just noticing. It is pretty great.
That's still like PSP version.
You know, the Switch version will down to 15 minutes cigarettes. So they all,
What's your record for the night?
After I lose this game, I'll be 2-3. I started off 2-0 and then losing 3 in a row if I lose this.
So I proposed that I would make a sandwich. I can have a restaurant. You get to take your lunch. And we'll split those just cigarettes.
This is. Oh, so
This is the story of a girl.
first video. I think right. This is a huge fan of this series. No jokes as well, so if you laugh, next video, it's 13. It's 13.
Kicker got creamed. The kicker got creamed.
Check them. Little like, subscribe, so share. Mention on it, our boys, initials.
No one's back deep.
Jenny. Yes.
Why'd they blow the play dead? I just picked up the ball.
I know this one happens since we're going with digital soon. I think there should be a longer gaming company should have a 2 to 3 year DRM. Yeah, make some moves make an online copy. Man, there's going to be a fan for the next gen, like the entire next generation for DRM and digital rights. It's going to be a pathetic. Yeah. By the time they figure it all out, but it's all worked out because it takes forever for anything to move. They're going to be like, hey, guess what, guys? We're going to cloud streaming because customer behavior and tendencies will show. Yeah, here, since she was going to be like, the thing right, since she was going to get negative, so they were kind of too. That's also better. Somebody says, just got here and then worked with the it's with the PSP. As the gamer says, thank God, so much it's good shit.
BC said pump match was worst of his career.
Well, I mean the botches. I'm sure the botches. He wasn't happy about that. There is a little bit of old man syndrome going on.
Because it feels like what they really did was remove loading screens and switch to storage. Save transfer save buffers. Because the switch most of that game is not bad, but it's rest that's crazy, man. But yeah, like it's so inconsistent. It's some games they have like Dragon Quest. It's not upgrade that's
You're getting beat down.
Well, wait a minute. I could still come back.
Upgrade see, John says PlayStation 9 when PlayStation develops. That would definitely bring it to big screen. Yes, yeah, right, like yes, I said that was Chuck getting commercially back on now. It's so funny.
Good lord.
See, says hello, Canadian Raddick never played Freedom Time. Nope, never did. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I have a 3DS at this point. Yeah, if it's 1-to-1, I guess, I don't know, I guess, how much do you know about it? And it's a time thing. Like, there's a time clock. So it would be fun, because you're in a fun situation, as you play it. That's like, interesting. Okay. Or you could have it set up for a video the week before.
Alright, that's it for the K teams.
Take advantage of all the SEO stuff. That's a good point. Well, it's on 64 lessons, right? Yep, yes. But you would rather, between that and the 3DS version, you should
26 and 25 this year, total.
Yeah, the 3DS one looks better. Yes, but you will be able to capture footage. Switch to one a lot easier.
So L teams are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 L teams next time we do it.
It does.
Okay. Alright, so let's see. We're going to do something new, something fresh. Let's keep this going.
Interesting. I didn't know this. Once guys made Magfest. Magfest is such an interesting place because it's literally 24/7. So because the hotel's very nice.
Super.
But it's an event. So it's an experience. Have you ever been? Yeah, I've been a few times. Just checking it out. I haven't like
Unlocked.
Okay. They will have that.
Unlocked.
I know. They have like YouTubers. So well, there you go. King of Spain.
James Madison. What the fuck are we looking at? What are we doing? What are we doing, guys?
By the way,
What mode is this?
This is the mascot mode.
by the way, people are saying it's comparing to everything. Guys, it's 3D, not Game Heroes, okay? That's what it is. Yeah. But no one knows because no one played 3D, not Game Heroes. But anyway, the thing that I think is so funny about these decompilations when they happen is you can scoop like all the way out. So what the fuck's
Hope y'all enjoy it.
Are you going to bed?
No, I'm gonna go eat. And then, I'm putting something on for y'all to watch. They're 99 overalls. Does this not look ridiculous?
What is going on, man? Face booming.
I put it on the mascot mode, and I'm gonna spectate it to keep the viewership going, and I'm gonna go get some food.
Well, we're going to lose viewers now.
I'm alright with it. I'm alright with it, dude. If they go, they go. If they want to stay and watch, they can stay and watch. I'm riding the gravy train all the way through. I blame my last few losses on being tired.
Hello. Do we play? Talk please. Talk please. Hi, I'm Sam. Hello, I'm Sam. Hi, I'm Sam. Do we lay? Do we play? We play. We play. YMCA. Y. M. Y. C. M. A. C. A. Uptown Funk. Say the N-word, please. I won't say the N-word. Smoke 'em or band me. Smoke 'em or band me. Gimme my badge. Gimme my badge. Talk, please. Do switch sports, please. Do switch sports, please. Read my messages, please. Read my messages, please. I have to poo, pile of poo.
Thank you all for watching.